Sure. All right. We call the December 9th meeting to order at 09:10. We'll start off with our public hearing for Bylaw 2074-24 to adopt the Municipal Development Plan. I declare the public hearing for Bylaw 2074-24 open at 09:10 a.m. I'll ask Planning and Development to explain the purpose of the hearing, please.
Morning. The purpose of this hearing is to receive public input on Bylaw 2074-24 to adopt a municipal development plan.
Has notice of this hearing been provided in accordance with the applicable legislation and the bylaws of the City of Wetaskiwin?
Yes, it was advertised on the city website and whatifwetaskiwin.ca as of November 12th, as per the requirement from the Municipal Government Act Section 606 and the city's advertising bylaw 1976-20. It was also advertised on the city's social media pages on November 25th and in the Pipestone flyer on November 21st, 28th, and December 5th. And notice was also sent by mail to the County of Wetaskiwin and 29 other external agencies and community organizations on November 12th.
I'll now request that Planning and Development provide their report regarding this matter.
Administration is recommending that Council approve Bylaw 2074-24 to adopt a municipal development plan.
Have we received any written submissions, and if so, can you read them into record, please?
Yes, administration received one written submission. I'm writing in for the municipal development plan, the city we shape. I don't write in much, but do try to take the surveys. The new road design on page 37 is one of the worst ideas I have seen. We do not need bike lanes, we don't need to take away street parking, and I'd say we need the wider streets because of the snow we receive and how poorly the city is at plowing snow. Most residential being lucky to get them plowed at all. Leave the roads the way they are and stop trying to solve an issue that doesn't need to be solved. Thank you, Blaine Baylor.
I'll now call upon anyone who wishes to speak directly to Council on this matter. First, we'll call upon those who registered prior to the meeting, and then anyone else who wishes to speak may have an opportunity. Do you have anybody registered?
No.
No? Okay. Anyone online?
No.
No? Okay. Anyone in attendance wishing to speak to this matter? Anyone is there anyone present wishing to speak to this matter? Third and final call, anyone present wishing to speak to this matter? We'll close the public hearing for Bylaw 2074-24 at 09:12. It'll be debated later on in this council meeting. Do we have anybody registered for open mic?
Mr. Chair, no, nobody registered.
Still no one online?
No one.
Thank you. Item 4, approval of the agenda. Any additions or deletions? Sue?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'd like to add the copter RFD that was sent to council last week for item 10.2 and the extreme weather response protocol item 15.4.
Copter is 10.2. And extreme weather 15.4. Anything else to be added? Okay, turn your mic on, please.
I'd like to go make it in camera, please.
Okay, closed session. Which section?
Personnel, please.
Okay. For a motion to approve the agenda as amended, please. Councillor Blatz, those in favor? Carried. Adoption of the minutes, regular meeting minutes from November 25th, 2024. Councillor Blatz.
I move that council adopt the regular council meeting minutes for November 25th, 2024 as presented.
Any errors or omissions? Ready for the question, those in favor? Carried. Committee of the Whole, item 9.1, RCMP Q2 2024 quarterly update. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, hope everyone's doing well, getting ready for Christmas, of course. Do you have the PowerPoint by chance? Awesome. Okay, so what I'll do today is give the quarterly report, and I will preface this with some of this is actually dated since I submitted the PowerPoint, but we can get into some of those details as we move along. So today I'll go over our annual performance plan, some emerging issues, some crime drivers, a brief glimpse at our staffing, current staffing situation, and then you may already be aware, but changes to police governance. I just want to make sure it's on the radar for council. So, as always, our first priority is community engagement. This quarter went all the way back into July, so we can think on warm thoughts. But in July, our community policing unit took part in Canada Day Parade, worked at the Legion. We had our community safety wellbeing barbecue and Tim Hortons Camp Day, which I spelled wrong there, I believe. And then in August, we worked with the Heritage Museum. We were out present at Big Valley Jamboree just for some police presence to show, essentially trying to do some recruiting and get our feet out there. Our CPVS members have been involved in weekly smudging with the Boys and Girls Club, and then we also worked at the school district on some collaboration as well. Into September, our guys were pretty active with opening of school. They made a concerted effort to be present in the schools, even though our staffing levels were somewhat low in September. And it worked well. The Wetaskiwin Welcome Week, our guys were very actively present in that. Meetings and engagements, as always, we're meeting with the city, community groups. The one that's been quite successful is more regular meetings with the Hope Mission, where there's a lot of crossover between the services we deliver and the services they do. So information sharing on emerging issues like drugs that we're seeing or where thefts are happening, where to find stolen property, and then that also worked into our dismantling of encampments, working with them to make sure people had somewhere to go, but also they were kind of pointing us in the right direction on which encampments were causing criminal problems. The one at the bottom there, the inaugural Community Safety Youth Council, that's something that went over very well. A couple months ago, we met with 12 youth from around the community here just in committee room, and then they were wowed by this room as well. So we took them from all different schools from grade 9 through grade 12, and we put it to them to explain to the adults in the room what community safety means for Wetaskiwin youth. And their perspective was really interesting. It came down to, a lot of it was infrastructure. Simply cracked sidewalks made it hard to scooter, and lighting at crosswalks made it unsafe for them to walk to work. They also identified some neighborhoods where they would never consider going because of the crime problem from their perspective, so that allowed us to be a little flexible in our patrols to help the youth in the community. The one thing that came up that we're going to action during the next youth council meeting is crosswalk safety. So I've been working with the municipal enforcement. We're going to put it to the kids to identify X amount of crosswalks where we can use some of the ATE funding to improve signage, lighting, that sort of thing, to make their walks to school a little safer. So we're going to put it entirely in their hands to identify where those should be, and of course we'll bring it to council and work with Public Works on that, but they were pretty happy with it. We'll likely meet again. December disappeared on us, but likely in January we'll put it back to the youth. Yeah, they were pretty excited. The next slide, so onto the community safety. So our community safety wellbeing strategy is still going full bore. Again, that's a committee that's comprised of the RCMP, the city, and FCSS. So right now, the sticking point is trying to find a full-time coordinator, and FCSS is working hard on their side to find grant funding. The trouble with that is a lot of the grants have to be Indigenous-led or for a charity, both of which they are not. So they're working on their end to try to secure some funding. If we could get a full-time or part-time coordinator that's dedicated entirely to that community safety well-being plan that the city commissioned, it would be an enormous benefit for everyone involved. So that's priority number one. Priority number two is, and this was straight from the CSWB strategy, was a homeless count. It's important that we get some kind of a firm number on that. Right now, we're anywhere between 60 to 80 is what the Hope Mission's telling us, but something a little more empirical would be quite nice. As well, there was discussion of the extreme weather plan, which I understand council is going to discuss today. So that's one of the updated pieces that's been taken care of. And we've met with the city, the fire department, the Hope Mission. We're all on the same page for what happens, unfortunately, when it gets to be quite cold later this winter. So crime reduction, this is largely, again, our plain closing, our crime reduction unit, which is where the grant-funded positions all went when they first started. So I didn't get into specifics, but our crew team has been going full tilt the last about 3 or 4 months, and they've done quite a bit of disruption within the city and surrounding areas. Not a lot. There's been about a half a dozen homes across the city shut down, either for drug dealing, criminal activity, a lot of squatting, that sort of thing. And what we noticed is when we took down the encampments behind the Hope Mission, a lot of these folks moved into homes, where some homes there was 24, 25 people on mattresses and floors, but that was causing a problem for neighbors, and especially when they're attached to shared walled areas where we run the risk of fires and drug use, that sort of thing. So our crew team worked on dismantling a few of those. Unfortunately, we're playing a little bit of chase at the moment where they're kind of hopping house to house, but ultimately our crew team's on top of it in an effort to knock down some of the criminal activity stemming from these homes. One of the things I put to the crew team is to try to regularly share what they do in the media, and you might have noticed in the paper there's been a few more write-ups on what our crew team's been doing. So what I've asked them to do is every time they do a project where tactically feasible is to follow it up with a media release, photos, that sort of thing, to try to demonstrate to the public where some of these funds are going and some of the activity that we're doing. And we've seen some great success with that because it's also garnered tips and stuff that the team can do. What they have noticed during these search warrants, there is a lot of meth, fentanyl, and guns still present in the city. So they've taken quite a few off the street, but the fentanyl is still alive and well out in the streets right now. And I don't have the stats in this particular package, but we've had lots of overdose deaths in the last about 2 months because of fentanyl in the city. So that's something to be mindful of. And we've spoken with the fire department for their awareness and the city enforcement as well. But we're working to try to find the root cause of the drug dealers, I suppose, in that case. And that's what our crew team is on. Importantly as well, there's a few properties rural out in Wetaskiwin County that's causing a lot of disruption within the city. So our crew teams leaned heavily on those properties, along with Safer Communities and Neighborhoods, so the Alberta Sheriffs, and the Leduc Crime Reduction Unit to try to partner up and get rid of some of these rural properties that affect numerous communities. So, but with that, their activities have resulted in significant disruption within the city. So next, this is a quick glimpse, and this is recent as of the end of October. I don't have the most current graphic for December just yet, but we're seeing some positive results year to date anyway. Of particular note, there's been a 42% decrease in property crimes, and that's across the board. And that's mischief, theft unders, theft under $5,000, break-in unders, that sort of thing. So there's overall 42% reduction. There's a little bit of a statistical reason for that with some of our scoring, but overall we have anecdotally seen results that support that drop. Persons crimes also gone down 20%, and this is largely because a lot of our prolific offenders, prolific persons crimes offenders, have been locked up and they're in jail. Now, we've seen a 29% decrease in theft of motor vehicles, but as we'll get into in a few moments' time here, it's down year over year, but we are seeing a trend upwards, and you'll see in the stats moving forward where that's supported. And then, of course, we've seen a slight increase, 5%, 7% in break-and enters and theft unders. So we can get into those stats right away here. So the next slide there, I won't go into every one of these, but to me, the most important note here is on our total criminal code. We've seen year over year about a reduction in 900 criminal code files year over year, which is a huge win for our members. The fewer criminal code files that they have to investigate and work on, the more time they have out doing proactive policing out on the streets, focusing on their active investigations. So 900 criminal code reduction is a significant win, and that's that 24% decrease that you see over the last 5 years, and then a 21% decrease year over year. Overall, with the other police activities below, with kind of the larger spreadsheet at the bottom, a few takeaways in there. Our suspicious people and properties, you'll see we went up from 385 to 612. That's more of a scoring thing on our end. We've changed how we score some of our suspicious people, mischief, liquor act, so we're just squaring that away a little more than we did in years past to try to parse out what we're looking at. Also, I clarified this with our team, but we went from 159 missing people to 83. It's not that more people are, or fewer people are missing, it's we've changed how we do business. So if we find the individual the day they're reported missing, we won't consider them missing. If they're missing beyond that shift, then they'll still be reported missing and it's scored as a missing person. The vast majority of these are group home runaways, which it takes a lot of time, but they're high risk. So we have to find them. So that's largely where that statistic comes from. Spousal abuse, we're at a 5-year low, but I'll get into that in a couple slides in a little more detail. Form 10 at the very bottom, that's our mental health apprehension. There has only been 9, which is a significant drop from last year. I clarified this with our team and our RPAC, and I said, is this a statistical anomaly? They said, no, people aren't hitting the threshold, which is a good sign. It means people have sought help or they're getting help. I would also put it to our RPAC team that we have. Maybe there's people on community treatment orders. They're getting the help they need and they're taking their medications properly with that. So I would consider that a win. So a little more detail on some of the key crime drivers. We have our break-in enters, which have started to creep up year over year, but it's kind of spread out. We haven't seen a spike necessarily. And what's important here is in April, where we had the spike, we had 33 break-in enters that month, and then a bit of a gradual decline. What that came down to, unfortunately, is one of our prolific offenders passed away, and we saw the immediate results in the statistics. That one individual was responsible for a large number of break-in enters at 1 or 2 particular businesses, industrial. And so we saw the reduction, but now we started seeing them pick up, more or less when the encampments started coming down, but the break-in enters are coming in waves, as we can see. So we're trending downwards at the moment. Year over year, we're still up. This is our spousal abuse trend. Now, like I said, we are at a 5-year low, but we're still high. 339, I believe, 336. Files year to date, which is still a lot of domestic violence. It's too much. Our domestic violence coordinator is now back to work. She was on maternity leave. She's now back, so we'll be able to have a closer look at some of our more prolific offenders and, importantly, our more prolific victims, the individuals that are more prone to victimization. But when I say we're at a 5-year low, that's good, but still a lot of work to do. Lastly, now this is interesting. We were at 29% reduction year over year in theft of motor vehicles, and as you can see, the graphs are lower than last year. But in the last 3 months, you'll notice a pretty sharp spike from August, September, October. And I'll tell you right now, with the weather the way it was in November, we're going to be 1 step higher. So we're seeing a trend of vehicles going missing a lot more in the last 2 months. So our crew team is pivoting a little bit. In January, there's going to be a lock it or lose it campaign where we're going to be finding running vehicles and contacting owners to let them know the danger of leaving your vehicles running beyond command start, but also vehicles that are prone to theft. There's visible keys and visors and that sort of thing. So we're going to be out there proactively in January, try to knock that down. We've also, I can share this publicly, we've had success with bait vehicles. So those are deployed pretty well across the province. And I say that publicly because I'm quite okay if our bad guys try to take a bait vehicle, because it's lessons learned for them. So those are deployed, and we've seen some success with that. On the staffing side, so since we met last, there hasn't really been any change staffing-wise in terms of our numbers. We've had members come and go with maternity leave, paternity leave, off-duty sick, but then we've also seen some members start coming back. So we're maintaining our current staffing levels. One member on maternity leave has returned. That's our domestic violence coordinator, which is a big win. And then we've also brought back a member who was on assignment with K Division Strategic Communications. That's one of our corporals, our frontline supervisors. We've brought him back on board as well to help our frontline members. Importantly here, so Staff Sergeant Gilchrist, Angela, as you know, she has taken assignment to the Thorsby-Breton RCMP detachment as their detachment commander. Their commander has been assigned to St. Albert, so it's a bit of a domino shuffle, so it was a good opportunity for Angela to go get some command experience under her belt. So she'll be there more or less, well, I guess we'll see. We have it until April 1st, so we'll see come April 1st if anything has changed on their command structure. So with that, I've got Sergeant Shauna Hutt here with me over in the gallery. She's my lethal overwatch for this meeting. Shauna has assumed the acting ops NCO responsibilities in Angela's absence moving forward, so I'll be bringing her along where I can. Maybe she'll do one of these presentations soon. And then this is kind of interesting. So because we have so many members off, there is a bit of salary savings, frankly, for the city. The city's going to get a refund on unspent salary. But we still need to deliver policing services. And one of the areas I've been trying to is change how we deliver our front counter services. I don't see a need to have a full-fledged, full-duty member working front counter when they should really be out doing proactive police work out on the streets. So I put a request out for a reservist to see if they could come in. These are retired members who they've got fully capable, but they're quite content doing front counter work, taking fingerprints, taking interviews, taking complaints at the front counter. So I put a call out divisionally for anyone who would be interested in that, which would then support our front counter walk-in service delivery. I haven't received any responses yet. However, typically what happens with the reservists is they'll go up north into the territories over the summer when it's not terrible up there, and then they'll work a whole bunch up there and then retreat back down into the southern part of the country, this area, in the winter when it gets too cold. So I'm hoping in the next few months we have some hits on that opportunity for a reservist. Going on with staffing, now this is the other one, this is definitely out of date. But we had a great conversation with the province, and we have finally seen the funding secured into the end of the fiscal year for the grant-funded positions, the 4 municipally grant-funded positions. The moment I got that confirmation, we moved 4 Wetaskiwin city members into those positions to start drawing salary. Now the challenge for us is to staff those 4 vacancies, and we have some irons in the fire there. With staffing, there's 2 members that are looking to come here. It's just whether or not, we just have to time it out with moves. And then I've worked with K Division on what statistics does the province want to see what we can do about getting these positions a little more permanent than 4 months. So I've got a pretty good grasp on what we need to do there. To support these 4 members, there's going to be an enormous lean on our crime reduction unit. It sounds to me, just in discussion with the province, they want to see that outside the box thinking, that working with homeless, business, vulnerable folks, more regional approach, there's going to be a heavy lean on our crime reduction unit to bump their stats for the province during this period. Police governance, I'm sure you're all aware, but if not, I just thought I'd throw it out there. So we received formal notification on December the 2nd that the City of Wetaskiwin will be required to form a regional policing committee, and there's a few options available to the city, and I can go into them now, or you guys might already be aware, but the detachment, the city has to have this formed by way of bylaws by March the 1st, 2025. Each RCMP district or region, so we would fall into Central Alberta District, this is one of the options, is each district forms a committee that Wetaskiwin would be a part of. The other option is the city forms its own committee and can invite whoever they want into that committee. I've personally, from my chair, I've got my opinions on what I think would work best for our detachment and for our service delivery here. But certainly it would be entirely up to council how you guys would want to navigate that moving forward. I will put it out there, the regional, so with Wetaskiwin's population, it falls into a regional model just by default, unless you opt for your own model. My concern with that is Wetaskiwin's unique needs won't be met, you know, because you'll have different municipalities at the table, competing demands. My concern is the loudest voice at the table might get their needs met, where if Wetaskiwin forms its own committee, say with the counties, it's a little more individualized service, is what I'm thinking. But again, I'm just the police. We'll adapt to whatever the city brings forward. We'll adapt and overcome, and service delivery, frankly, doesn't change. So, yeah, I kind of breezed through that police governance piece, but I'll put out to any questions, comments, or concerns.
Looking for a motion to accept as information. Councillor Billingsley.
So moved.
All right. Open it up to questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, we talk about prolific offenders. Is it gang-related, or is this more of an addiction issue, or?
It's a myriad of issues. So, through the chair, I'm hesitant to say we don't have a gang problem. There could be gang issues in there. But I will say we don't have a strong gang presence. Like, it's not like we're seeing a lot of tagging right now and wearing colors around. Like, there are colors, but it's not, yeah, never say never. But it's not gang-led, that's for sure, from what we've seen. On the prolific offender side, there's definitely addictions or substance abuse, but it's also just a criminal mentality. Some people just want to commit crimes, frankly, and prey on the vulnerable for that. We're in a really great spot locally with our crew team and some of the intelligence they're gathering on our prolific offenders. So we're really able to lean heavily on those guys, honestly. They don't go far.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. For fear of dropping this. Just two questions, please. In relation to the spousal abuse numbers you've given, are the numbers individuals, or do the numbers represent somebody calling 3 times and it's therefore number is now 3?
The second option there. So through the chair, the numbers, that's how many domestic violence calls we've received. So one person might be in there 8, 10 times. Some people might only be in there once. I will say that speaking with our coordinator though, we don't necessarily have many prolific victims where they're calling 10, 15 times. Anyone that's had multiple domestic violence calls, we're more in the 2 to 3 range. So that's quite a few unique individuals at 336.
Okay, thank you. My other question is related to the threshold on Form 10 mental health. You said the threshold's not met. So first off, how are individuals identified to be dealing with a Form 10 mental health?
So through the chair, generally what will happen is either a family member will call saying somebody's having a mental health crisis, or a member of the public will see somebody acting erratically on the street. Any number of issues that they come across, their behavior is such where the police get called, essentially. For a Form 10 though, there's 4 criteria that need to be met, and you're going to test my knowledge here on this, and I didn't study. But generally they need to be in an active mental health psychosis. They have to be a danger to themselves, danger to others, or danger to property. And basically all 4 of those need to be met. The biggest one is mental health psychosis. So if somebody's really drunk, they don't meet the threshold for a Form 10. With a Form 10, if we can if we can use criminal code authorities, that's a stronger authority to use. So if we arrest somebody for mischief, causing disturbance, et cetera, we'll do that first, and then we'll do a proper mental health assessment. And often when people sober up or drugs wear off, they are no longer in a psychosis. And that's a tough one to hit there. So we're just not seeing the psychosis as much.
And for those where you see the psychosis, what is your protocol then? off to hospital for assessment or what?
Yeah, through the chair, when somebody hits that threshold for apprehension under the Mental Health Act, the Act provides us the authority to apprehend them. It's not an arrest, it's an apprehension, and to convey them to the closest designated facility. So there's only certain hospitals in Alberta that deal with mental health, and once we make that apprehension, we have to bring them forthwith to that facility. So we're fortunate here where Pinoca has a Centennial Center, but there's very strict criteria we have to meet to bring them there in terms of age and if there's room available. But generally, we'll bring them to Edmonton, generally.
And they are therefore under the care of the RCMP, or the direction of the RCMP, until such time as the hospital admits them?
That's correct, yeah, until the hospital takes them on. So we'll bring them, we'll sit in emergency with them until either a peace officer is able to take them over or they're seen by a clinician at the hospital, at which point then they become, they're basically held in the hospital for 24 hours for assessment.
So then one of your active officers is tied up for, could be a day?
That's correct, yeah.
And is there any other provision under dealing with individuals with psychosis where you have to hospitalize, where non-RCMP, reservists, whatever, could accompany the individual to the hospital so you maintain your staffing component?
Yeah, through the chair, these are actually ongoing discussions right now with our criminal operations. Peace officers have the authority. Alberta sheriffs have the authority. There's several organizations that have the authority to make that conveyance or to sit with them. The challenge being everyone's kind of short members and nobody wants to take that on. So it's our responsibility. We've done the apprehension, so we'll sit with them. Now there are a few key things, and you're right. We'll bring somebody in on an apprehension to the hospital. We'll sit at the Royal Alec for 8 hours because hospitals are busy. But we do have this thing, it's called Health IM. Now where our member is able to, while they're on scene, even before they leave Wetaskiwin, they're able to enter criteria into this app. It'll direct you to the right hospital, whether or not maybe a Form 10 is the best move or it's not. But it's supposed to help us essentially cut the line, so to speak, with triage. So what went from, say, 4 to 6 hours is now maybe an hour and a half to 2 hour wait if that hospital is accepting the Health IM information. But, yeah.
Thank you.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you, Chair, to John. John, a couple things, 3 questions. You said suspicious people. What do you mean by, is that people that you've never seen in our community that are mobile, move around, and just come to our community?
Yeah, through the chair. So what we have for scoring for suspicious persons, vehicles, or property, that's when somebody calls police and said for example, there's somebody in my back alley. There's nothing inherently criminal about that. They're not usually there. So it's more or less a catch-all for something shady, but we don't know what. Often we'll show up and the people are gone, or we'll show up and they're literally just out for a walk. So it's a catch-all for it's something suspicious here, but we don't know what. But there's nothing established as criminal.
Yeah, my other question, one more to go, is you had mentioned you have criminal people. Crime has gone down because one guy's gone down. If you know these are criminal people, they caught, release. Public finds it frustrating that you know these guys are doing the same crime over basically the same business, and they're out on the street. When, strike 3 should maybe put away for months, years. It's frustrating. I know you enforce the law, you don't make the law, and it's up to the judges. I think we're going the wrong way. I think the problem is our courts. That's my opinion. And my other question is spouse abuse. It's nice to see you going down. Now, is that due to COVID? Because it seems like if you look at the years when COVID was in effect, because everybody's tied up, nobody can go up, it seems like the crime went up. So COVID's gone, everybody's out working, and any chance of that bringing that down? Because you don't have the abuse, because, you know, when a wife and a husband sit together for months and months together and can't go out, you know, things are gonna be heated, so I'm wondering if that has something to play with.
Through the chair, I guess I would have to see if there's a study, like correlation and causation might not be there. But it is important to point out we were at 445 in 2022 when we were out of COVID, out of the restrictions, or just coming out of them. So I'd be hesitant to say it has much to do with COVID. I would say largely it has to do with substance abuse and just inability to handle alcohol, drugs. And then that starts domestic violence in the house and discord and that sort of thing. I think that would be I would have to see a study, of course, but there would, I think that would be more of a causation there.
Thank you.
Yep. Go ahead, Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. My two topics that I'll ask questions about are the same as Councillor Nielsen's, but one of them was, why do you think that spousal abuse trends higher in January? Because my thought process would have been it would have been higher in December, but it seems to have a huge spike in both years in January. I was wondering what the trend is.
Yeah, through the chair, and this is only just from my years of policing, I think it's simply that seasonal affective disorder where it's dark, you're always in, you wake up and it's dark, you go to work, you come back home and it's dark, you're held up, it's snow. I think December brings the stress and it just gets released in January. That's only just anecdotally what I think it would be from.
Okay, that's good to know. Second one is, what is the likelihood that people are too scared to report spousal abuse now that especially like cases are taking so long in court and all of that? What if that's deterring them from wanting to report anymore?
Through the chair, I'd have to ask our domestic violence coordinator. I personally haven't seen that where they're concerned to come forward. Because the police are accessible and we've done a lot of work, I think, in the community to make where people aren't scared to report. And clearly 336 people are, and the word's out there. Plus a lot of domestic violence comes from third-party reporting. You get kids or relatives, neighbors report a lot from arguing. I don't think there's a barrier necessarily, and again, never say never, but we've taken down quite a few barriers to reporting, and I think people are still reporting.
Okay, that's good. My last one is for the Mental Health Act. You said that it's a huge win that the numbers have come down so far. Do you think that that's still going to go up in December though? Because that is usually when we have the highest amount of mental illness cases coming into the hospital.
Yeah, through the chair, we'll have to speak with our PACT unit on that. Now, we do have a new nurse that's starting, so our team will be back up fully functional. I truly think it more has to do with we've got people on community treatment orders that are following those community treatment orders. Where in the past, before when we didn't have our PACT, these folks were frankly left to flounder and there was no treatment orders being placed, where now we have a team dedicated to making sure they're getting their shots every month, or they're seeing the right physicians and they're following up and they're getting to know people. But they're also able to, because they're highly trained, they're able to recognize when somebody, they're not necessarily in a mental health psychosis, that's just how they are, right? And so if that's somebody's regular behavior, that doesn't necessarily meet the Form 10 threshold. Not that it just flat out doesn't. Everyone has a baseline, and some people operate somewhat high, and our PAC team knows all these people intimately, so they're able to divert.
Thank you.
Anything further? I had two conversations, or one conversation and one message. There was a disturbance at a local business. The RCMP were called. There was threats of sexual assault, a gun being pulled, and they were pulling things off the shelves, creating quite the disturbance. The concern that the person who called the complaint in is that they felt that the member had minimized the issue. And I know when I've called in before too, I've been asked, what would you like done for this? And the individual felt like it was being minimized. Like, well, what do you want done about this? As opposed to somebody who's trained to go and deal with it.
That one sounds familiar. The one at the store, I'm wondering if we received that complaint as well at the detachment. So, yeah, I can't speak on that one specifically, the one with the store and the threats of sexual violence, but you will often have a member will ask, like, what do you want done? Because some people report just for information purpose. So it's not necessarily meant to be as a deterrent. It's like, what do you want done? Well, I want the police here now and I want this solved. perfect. But if somebody's like, nah, some people will say, I'm just reporting, like, that's fine. So that's often what that question's about. It's not trying to slough anything off. But we'll have to have a discussion, I think, on how some of the members are responding, because there are, like anything, we got some members who are quite gung-ho, lots of, and they all do very good work, but some treat files much differently than others. Yeah.
And that leads to the next one where somebody had filed a complaint and a member had told them, like, what do you want done? And they said, well, I'm reporting this so that there's a statistic behind this. And the member relayed back saying, well, stats don't matter.
Oh my gosh.
And I know very well that stats do matter.
Yeah.
The reason we got the grant funded RCMP members were based on our statistics, so they very much do matter, but if that's the mindset of a member, and again, this is secondhand information, I don't know the exact conversation, but just something to be cautious of if members of the public are willing to come forward and make a complaint that.
Yeah, absolutely. That one's a bit frustrating because we do say, like, at our morning briefings, it's all about stats, and I'll take the easy way out and say it was probably an overtime member not from here. But yeah, we lean very heavily on our statistics, and the members know that. Even like we have some members who are working just on the desk because of either injury or otherwise restricted. Essentially a callback unit, and that's their whole job, is to gather stats, call, like, what do you want done? This is what we can do. Here's some crime reduction alternatives, but it's about the stats gathering and building that pattern. Our members are well aware of that, so if you happen to know who that was, maybe it was Sergeant Hunt that said that. So, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, and I appreciate the work you guys are doing. Obviously, statistically, from 2023 to 2024, going down almost 10%. Knock on wood, this year feels very much the same. Yeah, so I appreciate the work that you and your members are doing in the community, and there is definitely a more visual presence by the RCMP now, which is because of 10 additional members, but also the work that you guys are doing and being more proactive with it, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, 100%. That's where that reduction in 900 calls to service, that's a lot of manpower hours that's now, drive around. That's a significant win for us, for sure.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Have a great holiday season when it's all said and done.
You as well.
Thanks.
Item 9.2, Wetaskiwin and District Museum Society Archives Agreement.
Good morning, Council. During the September 9th, 2024 regular council meeting, Council directed administration to examine the contract with the Wetaskiwin and District Heritage Museum. This report is to bring the requested information back to Council. In June 2022, the city posted an expression of interest for the Wetaskiwin archives. In the EOI, there is an expectation of archive management related to managing the archives, maintaining physical control over the records, ensuring accessibility, and utilizing the rules for archival description. The Wetaskiwin District Heritage Museum Center and Star Store Museum responded to the EOI, explaining their strengths that align with the goals of the city. The museum, being a nonprofit charity, has a mission to provide for the establishment and preservation of archives, which aligned with the city's goal of archival management. A report by MNP in November 2021 provided 3 options to manage the archives. These estimates ranged from $80,000 to $400,000 annually. The museum then moved on to phase 2 of the selection process and outlined the following levels of service that would be provided, which included hours of service, accessibility, exhibits and displays, outreach, transition plan, archive management criteria, budget. In the end, the museum was able to provide management and administration of the archives on behalf of the city for a lower cost than the lowest estimate in the MNP report, while offering increased levels of service that the MNP report stated would be in the $100,000 to $150,000 range. With the current agreement allocating $70,000 annually to the museum, the present costs are about half what the report brought forward as reasonable estimates. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. I move that City Council accepts this report as information. Thank you. If we want to take a look at the agreement itself, whether it's this or the museum, we can bring that into new business at that point to actually make changes?
Yeah, through the chair to council, if that's what you want to do, just bring it forward as a motion and.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. Chair. Couple questions. One, our archives, are they just, they used to be at City Hall in that big, nice, airtight vault. Now they're at the museum, or they're still in the vault there. So we're paying for basically 2 areas to store our archives. Well, the museum is looking for something, right?
Through the chair to Councillor
Am I-
Bronco, we're only paying for the old City Hall location. It's I believe, a 4-year lease that the city got into.
Okay, so that, I'm looking, I must be confused because you keep saying Wetaskiwin Museum but it's at the old City Hall. Oh, okay, so, okay, that answers all my questions then, thank you.
Anything further? Councillor Nielsen.
Well, I'm not, thank you. Through the chair to administration. Because of the agreement and the way it's written, who ensures the deliverables are met? So for example, they talked about availability, open archives, they talk about making presentations at senior centers, and so forth. So they've built in a number of deliverables in that. And I'm curious how we ensure that those deliverables are met.
Through the chair to council, that's potentially one of the recommendations in the report is working on expanding the definitions of the roles and responsibilities, and perhaps developing a policy to related to the levels of service to ensuring that there's stricter oversight than current.
Thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, the chair to administration. So, one question. Do we have any records of how much time is spent? Like if we bring an archive, if actually the museum spends on working with the archives, have we got 100 hours, 200 hours, or 300 hours a year? Or if somebody's looking after a document or just picking it up and dropping it off at certain senior centers or events that we have, do we have any record? Let's say they spend 300 hours a year.
Through the chair to council, out of the identified levels of service that we agreed to in the EOI, number of hours that they spend per year was not part of that level of service that we track. So we never requested that as of the museum.
So actually the money we're spending, they could just spend 20 hours, example, could spend 20 hours a year, but we're paying that kind of top-notch money for 20 hours a year. If nobody, let's say 2025, nobody wants to look at anything on the archives, but we want to drop off some archives at the city of Wetaskiwin, photos that need to be put in the safe. If they use it only 20 hours, we're still paying that large amount of money just for 20 hours.
Through the chair to council, that would be correct. If we haven't asked for that, then we wouldn't have no record.
Thank you.
But the operating hours are the same as the museum, which would be trackable Tuesday to Saturday from 10 to 5. So
That's correct. It's just Councillor Ronco's question, would we know if it was 20 hours specific to archival requests? We wouldn't
are
know
you
that
talking about
currently.
archives being open, or how much time they're actually spending doing archives?
How much time they're doing on the archives, because it can be open, but if nobody's using it, you know, the door is there, but if nobody goes in through the door, it's still open because the museum's open. But how much time is the staff actually going through to go to seniors' facilities and to present our history? How much, we must have a documentation that,
We had documentation when the city ran the archives.
oh, now we don't.
Right, no.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair, to administration. And I'm looking for some clarity here, at least for myself. Do we have one agreement or do we have multiple agreements? So this talks about the archives agreement as it relates to Wetaskiwin District Museum. Or do we have one agreement with the museum that includes archives as a area of responsibility?
Through the chair to council, we have one agreement with the museum, but there are two appendages to that agreement, and one is dealing with the museum and one is dealing with the archives.
Okay, and so off the top of your head, when does the museum agreement and appendices agreement end?
Through the chair, if you give me 10 seconds, I could find that for you.
Okay, please, thank you.
Through the chair to council, I'm just reviewing the agreement right now. For the portion that deals with the archives, it says the schedule shall continue to remain in operation until December 31st, 2027.
And so the other piece then that deals just with the museum then, when does it end, Kevin?
Through the chair to council, I'm not sure that there is an ending date for that. It's just until both parties agree to end that working relationship.
And both parties need to agree to ending that, or can it one individual? So could the museum say, I want to end the agreement, or can the city say, I want to end the agreement?
Through the chair to council, it goes both ways, yes.
And that could be at any time then?
Yeah, there is clauses about how much time needs to be given, though, before the agreement can be ended, as any...
I believe it was a year.
Yes.
Yes. And so then, changes to the agreement, whether it's the archives or the museum agreements, they can be made at any time then, in the middle of this, or do they have to be mutually agreed upon?
Through the chair to council, the agreement itself, like I said, is pretty standard and short. It's the attachments or the schedules. If we're going to make a change to the schedules, then it would have to be agreed upon by both parties.
Okay, and and the motion that's on the floor is to accept it as information. So and I've asked this question before, and I apologize for asking it again. What does that mean in terms of anything happening? Is it that nothing will happen unless council brings it forward for action?
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair for clarification, this RFD says Wetaskiwin and District Museum Society Archives Agreement, but it isn't necessarily the Archives Agreement, it's the Museum Agreement that has a appendix of archives. Is that correct? So we're really dealing with the Museum Agreement, not the Archives Agreement. Is that correct?
Through the chair to council, under the museum agreement, under Schedule B, is the management and administration of archives. So you're correct, that's a portion of the main agreement with the museum.
So then if that's the case, then it either would be archive schedule or the museum agreement that we're dealing with here.
Through the chair to council, just since we're discussing the archives, then I just assume we were looking at the Schedule B portion of the agreement.
Okay. Clarification to the chair. So if I bring something back under new business, can it be anything to do with the museum, or does it have to be specific to archives?
Nope. If you bring back new business and you get 2/3 consent for council's approval to add it to new business, it can be,
Thank you.
we're going to paint the sidewalks green.
Okay, thank you.
Are we?
They used to be. Somebody used to put dye in the concrete.
Those concrete guys.
I liked it. Brought some color. Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Item 9.3, designation of affordable housing accommodations.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
This RFD is to inform Council about the affordable housing designation and the municipal property tax exemption. The Municipal Affairs Statute Amendment came into effect in May 2024 and amended the Municipal Government Act to provide, in Section 363 specifically, to provide property tax exemptions for affordable housing accommodations as defined by the Affordable Housing Act. The RFD goes on to provide some information about the Act to Council. However, administration wants to point out that 2 properties have been designated in Wetaskiwin under this Act. The Bethany Group is already an exempt property under Section 362.1A of the MGA, which exempts a property held by and used in connection under a lease license or permit from the Crown in the right of Alberta. However, the Wetaskiwin and District Association for Community Services was levied municipal property taxes to the tune of $2,536.37 in 2024. With this designation, this property would now be exempt from municipal taxation. Thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
I move that council accept the designation of affordable housing accommodation changes information.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Councillor Bronco.
To chair, to administration, clarification. So Bethany Groups, I believe, or whoever buys this house, is using it for affordable housing, but somebody's paying rent to that affordable housing and they want a tax exemption. Is that how I read this?
Through the chair to Councillor Bronco, this designation is from the province. So the province under the Housing Act has designated these properties as exempt. This is separate, very different from where they apply to council to be exempt from property taxes. So because the act was changed, even though the residents of the home might pay rent to them, we are not involved in that. We just have this designation from the province that mandates us to exempt them from municipal property taxes. However, council can change this designation by bylaw.
So, I'm just a hypothetical question. You have an apartment building, somebody owns it, wants to make it affordable housing, gets in contact with the government. Would that apartment building be tax-free because it's affordable housing if the government states it is? But he's still
Through the chair
collecting.
to Council.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't realize you were still speaking, Councillor Blanco.
Yeah, so they're still paying rent for that affordable housing. So the owner of that townhouse duplexes can actually, if designated by the provincial government, could pay no taxes on it because it's a low-cost housing.
Through the chair to Councillor Brokaw, the requirements to be met to qualify for this was included in the ministerial order, and I have listed some of this in the RFD. For example, the accommodation must have an agreement between the owner and operator of the housing accommodation and the Government of Canada, Province of Alberta, or the municipality. They must have rental rates which are below market rates pursuant to the agreement, and it must be owned or operated by a not-for-profit organization incorporated under the Societies Act, Companies Act, or Business Corporations Act. So there are requirements that they have to meet to get this designation. And once they get this designation and we are informed, we would have to exempt them from municipal property tax, except if council chooses by bylaw not to allow this exemption.
Thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question, those in favor? Carried. Item 10.1, staff reports for decision, donations policy approval. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. In 2022, the City of Wetaskiwin received a significant in-kind donation of a score clock for Norm Brown Field. This donation prompted the creation of this policy. This policy reflects the city's commitment to transparency and fairness in regards to receiving and disbursement of financial and in-kind donations. The policy further aligns with the CRA and MGA guidelines and many other city policies, including sponsorship and advertising, which provides the direction as to how the city is recognized when sponsoring events. Of significance is that the department manager will also be able to approve donations valued less than $2,500. Anything greater than that will go to the city manager. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I move that City Council approves the donation policy CO-055 as presented.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Through the chair to Zanette, there's just one portion which is on page 4 of the policy that states that council will be informed annually of all donations received and in-kind disbursements by administration. I was just wondering where we are usually given that list of donations.
Through the chair to Councillor Blatz, that would likely be given through the CAO report on a regular basis.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you. The chair to administer. So does this mean any donations that is based on city property, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Branco, it could be on city property or within city programs and services.
Thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Nope, go ahead.
I'm looking at donation disbursement scope and identifying again in-kind donations that exceed $2,500 will be approved by Chief Administrative Officer, and that implies no limit then. So if somebody wanted to do an in-kind donation of millions of dollars, council would only be aware of that through the reporting process.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, that would be a dream if we would get that kind of donation. However, if that, it would be noted through the counselor, through the Chief Administration's Officer's report as to that kind of donation, as well as likely a council report would be presented, because that would be extremely excessive, or, well, yeah, excessive.
So, I guess I'd like to understand the rationale where significant donations would not go through council. And I don't even know why I'm asking the question, but I'm asking the question.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the donations that we may receive ultimately would be in benefit to our services and programs and our facilities. And as a result, the notification of something that large would come to council for an awareness. And ultimately, if it serves and aligns with our purposes and our goals and objectives, then it would be assumed, it would be reasonable to accept it.
But I'm reading this that it could be accepted before it ever reaches council, other than for information purposes.
As one of the key elements of the donations policy is that it aligns with the city's mandate and goals and objectives, and in doing so, it would align with and give that ability to accept it without council approval.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Sue.
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. I was just thinking of an example that you might be concerned about and wanted to put some clarity out there. So, for example, if a score clock was donated and it became an asset of the city that was now going to be a budget impact, we would not be able to accept that without council's approval. So if anything that we accept becomes a liability to the city, we would still be bringing it back to council for consideration.
Like a spray park.
A spray park, yes, absolutely.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So we as councilors have to report 100 or 150 or $250 donations, everything we receive. It's odd that the rules don't apply the same to everybody.
That's a gift, not a donation, though.
Thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 10.2, copter.
Good morning again, Council. The copter is about granting property tax exemptions for properties used by community organizations for the benefit of the city. Community nonprofit organizations operating within the city of Wetaskiwin may request property tax exemptions under the copter regulation. Most of the affected properties tend to have been exempted from property tax. However, this year we got a listing of new properties, most of which are owned by Catholic Social Services, and a building that is partially used by Dreams Take Flight Canada. These properties have not been previously exempted from taxation, and the estimated municipal property tax revenue loss based on the 2024, tax rate is 17,227.01. I would like to note that the properties that are being run by the Catholic Social Services are group homes. Council gets to decide whether or not these properties are exempt. We've attached a table for council's review that shows what kind of properties these are and the activities that are run from this property. Dreams Take Flight is a registered charity, whereas the other organization is a non-for-profit. Thank you.
I move that City Council make exempt from property taxation the aforelisted properties for which property tax exemption applications have been received, and that these property tax exemptions remain in place for 2 years up to and including the 2026 taxation year. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, my question actually has to do with the Dream Takes Flight. Do we know if, and I don't even know if it matters, is this office space being used full-time? In other words, I know very little about Dreams Take Flight other than what the mayor has graciously donated his time for. But I'm wondering is if they're there full-time, or is it just used occasionally throughout the year? And if so, is there a way of monitoring that, if that makes sense?
It's used for their meeting space as well as storage for donations that they receive throughout the year.
Okay.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, are we aware of any reasons why these folks have not previously applied for tax exemption? It's indicated they have not been previously exempted from taxation at all, and now they are. What has changed in their circumstance?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, last year we engaged on a process to get all of our copter documentation updated, and we brought forward to council all applicants at that time. This year, as required under the Municipal Government Act again, we opened up the applications at the right time, and these organizations apply. We do not ask them why they've not applied in prior years, and I'm not sure whether or not they were in the community or what the rules were when the last sets of copter applications were done. However, we did not receive applications from them last year. We did receive the application this year, and we're providing this for council's decision.
Thank you.
Sue?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, further to that, I did ask the question because I did look up the addresses, and these are group homes. And while they do qualify, council certainly doesn't have to grant them tax exemption under this, so just wanted to note that.
You'll have to forgive my short memory. Are these properties exempt from school tax requisition?
Through the chair to the mayor, no.
They still pay school tax requisition?
There is one of the properties that's exempt, but the remaining 6 are not exempt. They still pay school and seniors. Dream Takes Flight this is the first year that this charity is based in our municipality. However, so the building was previously taxable for all of the taxes, and now that they have a portion of their building used for Dream Takes Flight, that's the only portion that they're asking for exemption from. The remaining of that building will still be fully taxable, seniors and education.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'm good with a charity receiving a tax exemption. If the Catholic Social Services buildings, this is where I struggle. Because they still are doing work in the community, for its benefit. But if the province can't also see the benefit that a property or that an organization brings to a community and it's not willing to do a tax exemption, why would the municipality? And I think of instances like provincially owned buildings that have cut their grants in place of taxes over the last 5 years. and then it's back onto the municipality to cover those shortfalls. Councillor Billingsley.
Through the chair, I'm in total agreement in the sense that if the provincial government isn't willing, then I'm not sure that we should either. I'm wondering if the charity, the registered charity organization, I have no problem because they are exempt from the school portion, is my understanding.
But then I totally get that, but then you've got an organization in the community that goes above and beyond and brings this programming to our community. And so it's $15,453 that they're going to pay in property taxes now come away from programming that they offer in the community or services that they offer in the community. Councillor Balance.
What you just said in the second half was what my argument was going to be, is I don't want to see programming reduced for these individuals because of the extra money that's going to be coming out of their pockets, so.
Yeah. Councillor Billingsley.
I guess the argument is then we'd have $15,000 less as well to provide services to our residents as well.
Yes, absolutely. Scale-wise, $15,000 to CSS is completely different than $15,000 for the city of Wetaskiwin. Councillor Nielsen.
The status of the Dreams Take Flight Canada, do they own the building and therefore they pay the tax?
No.
They're renting the building,
They're renting a portion of the building.
and so the owner of the facility is asking for tax relief.
Correct. Based on the usage.
And I'm of the opinion that I can support the Catholic Social Services, but not Dreams Take Flight, for that very reason.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. So Catholic Social Service does gets a lot of government grants. Does the Dream Team get a lot of government grants, or the Dream Foundation, or Take Flight?
I'm not sure if they get anything from the government, but through Air Canada. It's a charity through Air Canada.
And I'm with my colleague Dean. I would support the Dream Take Flight, but I won't support Catholic Social Services.
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, talk. Okay.
So we have other organizations in our community who rent space to conduct their activities. Now, I don't know that it's, the one that comes to mind is there's various chapters of Alcoholics Anonymous that rent facility. So does that suggest then that any business owner or building owner renting a space to any charitable organization would then be eligible for tax exemption? And I worry about the precedent we might be setting here.
And my counter to that would be, would we then have charitable organizations without space in the community? Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. I guess one of the portions of this too in the report says most of the affected properties have been exempt from property taxation for many years. And their operations and goals have remained largely unchanged. So it's not like these are new people coming back and asking for this, but it's also, we sit on FCSS, Councillor Nielsen and I, and we were talking a lot about how rental rates have gone up significantly for a large number of our community, and it's leaving a lot of our seniors population in a bind right now, where their rent has now gone up above what they're getting per month. And there have been 3 instances of this taking a huge toll on their mental health, and some events have been happening at the FCSS office because of this. And for any nonprofit that is trying to help in our community with people that are vulnerable right now, I think that we need those organizations to be here and to feel supported by our community. And I think this is one of the ways that council can show their support for those types of programming. And if we want to make sure that these people are looked after, I think that this is one of the ways that we can do that. Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. For clarification, through the chair to administration, were Catholic Social Services, these properties tax exempt before?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, Catholic Social Services does have some properties that are tax exempt, not these specific ones. What that paragraph should have read is most of the properties that usually apply for exemption under COPTER have been exempt from property tax for many years. However, this year we have new ones, so my apologies.
That's okay. So your statement was that they hadn't before. That's not entirely true. This would be a new exemption for these particular
properties.
Particular properties.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what is the process by which we can vote on these things in 2 ways? I would like to see us split the Dreams Take Flight from Catholic Social Services.
Just make that amendment. Have the motion split up between CSS and Dreams Take Flight.
I would so make that amendment.
So the first motion would be for the Catholic Social Services properties. Same motion, just specifically to CSS. Any discussion on the amendment? On the amendment, yep.
I don't know if it would be an amendment. Just a question on Catholic Social Services acquisition of these buildings.
We don't know if it was an acquisition, it's just
Okay,
new.
well, they own these buildings.
Yeah,
So my question
or
is,
they're renting them, yeah.
okay, my question is if next year Catholic Social Services buys a couple more buildings and does the same thing, so does that mean next year we're going to come back and exempt them again?
For different properties, possibly, yes. They have to fit a criteria to be a nonprofit owner of that building, as well as whatever the service is that's using that property. Anything further to the amendment of splitting up the motions? Those in favor?
Clarification?
This is just splitting CSS.
Just to split. We're not discussing.
Correct.
Thank you.
Carried. Okay, so motion number 1 will be for the CSS properties. And I think for myself, I answered the question in that the programming that they offer for me is worth the tax exemption in our community. Anything further? Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now, the Dreams Take Flight. So motion number 2, exemption for Dreams Take Flight on the portion of the building that they are currently using. Any discussion? Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We are going to take a 12-minute break. welcome back. Item 12.1, Bylaw 2074-24, Municipal Development Plan presented for second and third readings. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Council. The purpose of today's presentation is to present Bylaw 2074-24, the city's updated Municipal Development Plan, or MDP, for second and third readings. A Municipal Development Plan is a statutory planning document that provides a comprehensive, long-term, high-level policy framework for development and land use in a municipality. This bylaw received first reading on November 12th and was the subject of a public hearing at the beginning of today's meeting. This presentation is the culmination of a detailed process of policy development and public engagement that began in 2021 to update the current 2011 MDP. The objectives of the update included meeting the requirements of the Municipal Government Act, representing current best practices in development and urban planning, and setting out a 20-year vision for Wetaskiwin's built environment that reflects the community's needs and priorities. The updated MDP presented today, titled The City We Shape, shown in Schedule A of the attached bylaw or linked from it, proceeds from the 50-year community vision and was developed through multiple phases of public engagement and consultation with administration and council. Engagement was carried out in 3 phases starting in spring of 2022 through summer of 2024. Detailed summaries of each phase of public engagement can be found in the What We Heard reports available on whatifwetaskiwin.ca. Administration once again sincerely thanks all who participated and contributed to the plan's development. The plan is organized into 5 sections. Part 1, Introduction and Context, outlines the purpose and scope of the MDP, its relationship to other plans and statutory documents, and the community context. Part 2, Land Use Designations, defines the land use designations which are attached to each parcel of land. Each designation is also attached to high-level development policies. Part 3, Citywide Policies, contains 7 policy topics, each of which contains goals and supporting policies. These topics are culture and heritage, parks and public space, environment, transportation, community well-being, economic development, and servicing and development. Part 4, Implementation, Monitoring, and Evaluation, contains policies related to the planning tools needed to implement the plan and identifies projects and initiatives that support the policies and objectives of the plan. And Part 5, Schedules, contains the glossary and maps. If adopted by a third reading today, the plan will take immediate effect and will have periodic interim reviews before the next comprehensive 10-year update. And with that summary, I'd be happy to take any questions that you might have.
Councillor Blatz.
I move that council give second reading to bylaw 2074-24 as presented.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I don't know if this is a question or a comment. In the early portion of our meeting, there was a written submission from a resident who was not very happy. I think it was on page 38, I believe, about bicycle lanes and things like that. My question, yeah, I guess I do have a question. I believe that it says it should and that it's not a will. So, which means that we could do it, but we're not pigeonholing ourselves in saying that we will add these bike lanes. And my question then is, that would be a decision of council to add them on any project. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, that illustration that you noted is, as you noted, conceptual, so it's meant to illustrate the policies in section 7.2 that provide direction for the city to consider that as part of road renewal. So any road redesign in practice would consider a lot more specific information. We'd be looking at the use of the specific road, the level of traffic, whether there are guidelines that would indicate what, if any, cycling infrastructure would go on a road with that traffic, its role in the city's overall transportation network, our design and maintenance standards, and so it would be, that conversation would happen as part of the road renewal.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I'm sad to say, but I think I might have a conflict of interest here. I'm going to excuse myself.
Sure.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Comments? Yep, go ahead.
I just want to say, job well done. It's very detailed. It's very clear. But I also would like the public to know that there's a lot of wills and shoulds. So as I said earlier about the bike lanes, it doesn't pigeonhole ourselves into committing to specific projects or things. But it is a very detailed document, and job well done.
Yeah, absolutely. The forward-thinking development of a community, I think, is something that we've lacked in the past, and sometimes we have some one-off projects that go ahead that then conflict with something else that we have coming forward. So the forward-thinking that we have in that, and what the might and coulds and shalls in the document, with an understanding of what that domino effect would be later on for other initiatives that we propose, I think was very well done. So thank you very much. Anything further? This is for second reading. Those in favor? Carried.
I move that council give third and final reading to bylaw number 2074-24 as presented.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any further discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. He's not in the, he's not in that office right there.
I'll check.
Okay.
All right. Item 12.2, City Manager Bylaw 2078-24.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're bringing back the city manager bylaw for third and final reading. There have been no changes since the November 25th meeting, aside from section 14.1, where we did insert the assessor's bylaw number 1946-20. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Nielsen.
I move the council approve the third and final reading of bylaw number 2078-24, city manager bylaw as presented.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen.
With the changes, because you said you added something.
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, since the original publishing to council of this bylaw, I did have Noman update and add in. So the existing one that is in your package will have that that assessor bylaw noted. Right. Before it was just a placeholder. Now the actual bylaw is inserted. Number
14.1. Yep. Any discussion? Yep. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Point of clarification, I was not in attendance for the first two readings. Does that mean I cannot vote on this particular?
I will defer to Noman.
And,
yep.
But I would be allowed to ask questions, is that correct?
I will defer to Noman.
Thank you.
Through the chair to council, Councillor Billingsley can debate and vote on this one.
Can debate?
Can, yeah,
Perfect.
and vote.
And vote, okay. Go ahead, Councilor Billingsley.
Thank you. I do have a few questions through the chair to administration, I guess. On page, I think it's 5, delegation of authority 4.1. I'm wondering, and maybe it's more of a debate, if we need to have a time frame and/or does this need to be communicated to council when so said activities happen? I guess my question then would be to administration, is this common?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, it is. This area was much bigger in the previous bylaw, but the lawyer had suggested not to only make it for general managers. So this is actually a reference from the Municipal Government Act where the city manager can delegate certain duties like the clerk, the assessor, well, council has to approve the assessor, or someone that's acting on behalf of the city manager. And so currently the only thing that I delegate is the acting role on a rotational basis, and I do let council know who is acting within that quarter of the year.
And I guess, like I say, where I struggle with this is that it may delegate all of the powers, and then it doesn't have for how long. So in theory, the way this reads, you could delegate it all to somebody, and that's it. So where's the off switch, I guess, for such? That's my concern. And I'm not accusing or thinking that this would ever happen, but it's in there, that in theory, it could happen.
Is this covered by council's approval of the CAO's absence? So you're delegating your power and authority while you're away on holidays. If you said you're going to take 6 months of holidays, council could say, no, you're not taking 6 months of holidays, which would limit the delegation of power.
Correct. So through the chair to council, in my contract, it actually says I can't take more than 3 weeks without permission. But I think if I were gone for an extended period of time, it would go into the interim city manager. So you kind of have to take the contract and this bylaw together, where I don't have the ability to be gone for an extended period of time unless it's an approved leave. And then in which case you would go to item 5 where you have the authority to designate an interim city manager. We could change the delegation of authority just to make me update you on who I've delegated to. It is very normal to have that that in there because it is something that is granted by the MGA.
And I'm just wondering if there's appetite. Should that possibly stay with council's approval? Is that necessary?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I don't think you can do that because then you're giving direction through to the organization. I think it's fair to say that council needs to be aware of what powers I've delegated and certain powers like the clerk position can be delegated my entire time that I'm here. But maybe what I have to do is just report to council which duties or functions and powers have been delegated and for how long. I could do that easily.
And I'm wondering then if an amendment, something to the effect of, and report to council of something like that.
Are you making an amendment?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
So 4.1, and to be at the end, and to be reported to council in a reasonable time frame.
I would put a time frame, not reasonable. Something that's reasonable to you isn't reasonable to me.
And report to council within 48 hours.
Do the amendment?
To the amendment, 48 hours could be Friday to weekend, so we don't get, so 48 working hours?
No, because then that turns into 72 potentially. So I would say 48 hours period.
Okay, thank you.
If there's a new delegation of power and authority, then council should be made aware of it.
Okay.
To the amendment? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
I guess, so moving on to number 5, the interim city manager. Once again, I don't see anything that it is being, and our current city manager does let us know whenever this happens, but there's nothing in here saying that they have to. And I'm wondering if we don't need to add something very similar to 5 of the interim city manager, that council is informed that we'll have an interim city manager.
Yeah, go ahead, Sue.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, this this particular area is actually council's ability to appoint. I think what you're speaking about is in my contract, so I'm not allowed to give up my duties and abandon my duties contractually. Right. So I have to let you know through my contract. So I don't know that it needs to be, or you could just say as per the employment agreement, or?
I don't know if then that it would be necessary, personal opinion.
Yeah, because it's covered in that one.
Yeah.
Councillor Nielsen.
I understand the response, but this indicates that the city manager or council may designate. So for example, if for whatever reason you were taking an extended leave and you designate an individual before we did, do we undo what you do if we so chose to designate someone else?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, yes. I think the reason that the lawyer left the city manager in is because I do have a rotational deputy CAO in progress. Council always has the authority over the city manager position, and so you would be the order of priority in there. So if I designated someone and you didn't want that person, you would automatically have the authority to override that.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm okay with that. 6.1. Yes, D, thank you very much. Establish organization structures within the city, including establishing, merging, dividing, and eliminating city departments and establishing managerial hierarchy. I struggle a little bit with eliminating departments. Now, I do understand that running the organization is the city's, or sorry, is the city manager's responsibility. I would hope that when a department gets eliminated, that conversation would come back to council and not just, well, by the way, I've eliminated public works. I mean, being obviously facetious in that comment, but the way it's stated, it could happen. And I struggle a little bit with eliminating departments.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I'm perfectly fine with you removing that because I wouldn't do that. It's a level of service that's already approved. I imagine the lawyers were just very thorough in assigning those duties, but I have no problem not being the one that eliminates a department.
I'd like to make a amendment, please. 6.1D, removing, eliminating departments.
To the amendment? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried.
To the same topic,
Yep.
if I may. Through the chair to administration, along those lines, and you alluded to it in your response to Councillor Billingsley's remarks, too, that it dealt with levels of service. And this provision that's here now, even with the amendment, gives you authority to make a lot of internal changes to the organization. And yet, we're always reminded that level of service is in our domain. So how do we marry 6.1D and council's authority over level of service? And I guess what I'm suggesting here is, I don't have a problem with what's written here as long as level of service is unchanged. Because if it's going to change, then that needs to come to us. So I guess I'm wondering if we need to indicate that you have that authority as long as levels of service are not changing without conversation with council.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I was just going to suggest that we could add in ensuring that approved levels of service are maintained.
I would make that amendment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jess, could you add approved levels of service while ensuring approved levels of service are maintained?
Can we have that under the heading of 6.1, not just D? The city manager is responsible for managing the city's employees and may, as long as, while ensuring approved levels of service are maintained, because it doesn't just affect D.
Amending my amendment? And I have no problems with it, but
I'm not sure if I am. I'm opening it for conversation that I think it affects more than just D. Yes, I'm amending your amendment in terms of where it falls in the policy,
and where you
or in the bylaw, sorry.
where would you suggest it falls?
Under 6.1, with the city manager is responsible for managing the city's employees and may make the following changes while ensuring approved levels of service are maintained. Councilor Billingsley.
Yeah, through the chair, I first thought, well, we could have it as F, but under a little bit of thought, I agree that if we just have it as city manager is responsible for managing city's employees and while ensuring
approved levels of service are maintained may.
Yeah. Yeah. So it'd be between employees and may.
Yep.
Yeah. I can buy that.
So So my amendment is to change where it comes. You can't amend an amendment, can you? No way. This is my amendment. You gotta take credit for it. Would you like to withdraw your amendment?
I've been encouraged to do so, yes.
Not encouraged. Just asked. This is totally on you.
I would withdraw my amendment.
Good decision. I would like to amend that it's under 6.1 after employees, Councillor Nielsen's amendment. We can share credit.
Credit's not important. Getting it right's important.
Anything else to the amendment? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
8, reporting. Through the chair to administration, it says that shall regularly and in event at least semi-annually. So we receive information weekly, which I greatly are appreciative of, but I'd like to tighten it up from semi-annually for these things to be probably semi-monthly would be the minimum bar for information back to us as far as reporting matters affecting the city.
Sue, go ahead.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I'm good with that, with the exception of financial, because we would do quarterly, and anything legal. I mean, I keep you updated regularly on legal stuff. However, it's a lot of work for Karen to contact all the departments and all the law firms, and we have a plan to do that, and we do that annually. I do keep you updated more often than that with current cases, but I would be worried about the amount of work it would take to do it semi-monthly with financials and legal only.
Could we do 8.1A, semi-annual matters and issues affecting the city, which would then encompass your CAO report, and then the other ones would be semi-annually or as needed? Okay. Councillor Nielsen.
Well, we're currently getting financial status reports quarterly, right? And I would hate to see those moved to semi-annually.
You could have timelines for each of the three, A, B, and C.
I could live with that, for sure.
So A would be semi-monthly, B would be as needed, and C would be quarterly. And I could make 3 amendments. My amendment to 8.1A would be semi-monthly. Any discussion on that amendment? Those in favor?
Oh, no, I don't have a problem with the, no, sure, I'll go there for now.
Perfect. B, as needed. The amendment? Those in favor? Carried. And C, quarterly. Do the amendment. Those in favor? Carried. Yep, go ahead.
I would now request that we amend 8.1 and strike, and in any event, at least semi-annually.
Okay.
So it would read, the city manager shall regularly report to council and to council committees as directed by council on blah, 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 with the dates identified.
Amendment by Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion? Those in favor? Carried. I'll just make sure our team has that stricken. I said stricken. I know it is, but I wanted to say stricken. Anything else?
Yep.
Yep, go ahead, Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. 12 legal matters. Once again, I don't see any of this where my concern is, through the chair, sorry, anything that says that it has to be reported to council. It does show, I think it was 12.3 of excess of $50,000. But I'm wondering if there's appetite that we are advised of any legal action. Is it necessary? Or would my inbox fill up?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I wonder if that isn't covered under 8.1A, matters and issues affecting the city. So I do have to report legal updates to council. I'm just thinking too that there's a lot of slip and falls and things that go through insurance. So would you want all insurance claims, like whether they're covered or not, or only the ones that would not be covered?
And I don't know. I just looked at legal matters and I didn't see anything in here that says that you need to tell us that, and I think it's important that we know now. And I understand when you say if there's a $5,000 slip and fall, do we need to know? Sure. I don't know if we do, but there's nothing. If we were then sued for $10 million, hypothetically, there's nothing in here saying that you would have to, or is that
There is, because it's in excess of 50,000.
Yes, but
Yeah.
that's on an annual basis.
Then we would just change that timing.
Yeah. Okay, then I will make amendment to 12.3. I don't think we need on an annual basis. Just city manager shall report any claims, grievances, or lawsuits or settlements of which is in excess of $50,000. So the settlement, I'd like to know once the lawsuit is presented as opposed to once it's been settled, if that makes sense. So grievances, lawsuits, or settlement. The city manager shall report to council about claims, grievances, or lawsuits, or settlements of which is in excess of $50,000. Settlements, yes, as opposed to settlement. Okay.
To the amendment? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, is $50,000 a reasonable amount? Seems like, I have no idea if that's.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, that was the amount that was chosen when the bylaw was updated last, and so the lawyers just carried it through.
Then
It's
I'm
up to
okay.
council.
Then I'm okay.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. I just want some clarity here.
So this is actually speaking to claims that we have made or claims against us? Or
Claims
both?
against us.
Against us. So if there's a claim against us that has any monetary value, do we have no interest in knowing that? So there's a claim against us that we pay out $10,000. Do we care until it hits a threshold of 50,000?
For me, it's not a matter of not caring, it's a matter of our administration looking after it.
But that could be as simple as a report that goes with finance on a quarterly basis. Well, I would like to make an amendment then.
So there's an amendment on the
sorry.
floor right now.
Yeah.
You can amend following the
Yes.
vote of this unless Councillor Billingsley is willing to withdraw his amendment.
I never expected that you would.
To the amendment on the screen, strike on an annual basis and include or settlements after lawsuits. Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Councillor Nielsen.
I would like to amend 12.3 to put a period after settlements? At the end of the sentence, I'd like to strike of which is in excess of $50,000. For me, I just like to know who's unhappy with us and why.
Councillor Bronco.
I have a question. Why not on the financial statement just put a line settlements? Then we know when we receive if there's a settlement or not.
I don't personally care how it's reported.
Okay.
I do care what's reported. If it's administration's desire to include it in the financial report, I'm okay with it. If it's a separate report, I'm okay with it.
The report on a claim, grievance, or lawsuit in a financial report wouldn't be itemized. It would be a number as opposed to.
Or
An individual claim, grievance, or lawsuit.
So you want to remove the 50,000, just put any grievance or lawsuits, but remove the 50,000 is what you're asking.
He's looking for a report on any claim, grievance, or lawsuit.
Period.
And what the settlement is.
Thank you.
Anything further to the amendment? Those in favor? Carried.
Uh, 14 points, and I don't know if this, you know what, it's fine, I'm not going to, on that one. 15.2, item I. Not accept guest hospitality or other benefits valued over $100. Is that currently what it's at? Through the chair to administration.
Through the chair to council, it is currently $100. Yeah.
Probably doesn't come up very often, would it? Is this a reasonable amount?
It is. I actually don't accept any gifts because I'm worried about the perceived issue, so I do not accept gifts at all. Typically, what is in a clause like this is gifts that are consumable. So if someone is taking me out for a business lunch, I would not claim that. But a lot of times I make sure that I pay one time, they pay the next time. So I make sure that it's fair, but just a personal rule. This is pretty common for most city managers, though.
Thank you.
That's it?
That's enough.
Okay. Anything from anyone else? Those in favor of the third and final reading of bylaw number 2078-24 as amended, city manager bylaw. Those in favor? Carried. Item 12.3, water and wastewater bylaw 2081-24.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This one is me as well. So originally, when we presented Peace Hills Utilities to council, there were a couple of options. We were looking at either divesting the city's assets over to Peace Hills Utilities or leasing them. And at the time, we were given advice from a lawyer that said that we could not place utility bills on taxes because we were leaning towards divesting of the assets. When all the dust settled with Peace Hills Utilities, the city did not divest, but they are leasing to Peace Hills Utilities. And because of that, in conjunction with the fact that the utility bills are now going to be in the homeowners' names starting in January, we are looking to get a clause put back into the bylaw that will allow us to put utility arrears back on taxes. And so Schedule A, Section 20 for past due accounts has a Clause C that states by transfer to property taxes in accordance with the Municipal Government Act be added to this bylaw. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thanks. Through the chair to administration, Sue, we floated this balloon earlier. What kind of response have we gotten back from individuals renting their property?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, Tulu can expand on this, but I've been in contact with the team just to find out where we're at, how many have been transferred. There's been a couple of inquiries that have come in. We did attempt to send out another notification, but of course with the strike, we don't believe it was delivered. We've just encouraged people to get a hold of us if they have concerns, and any of the concerns that have come in so far have been dealt with, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of resistance in turning over to the tenant's name, or the homeowner's name, sorry.
So then,
oh, motion, sorry.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I move that City Council gives first reading to bylaw 2081-24.
my apologies. So, for clarity, are the water bills going to the homeowner, or are they going to the person renting the property?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the homeowner, the bill will be in the homeowner's name, and they have the option to get a bill sent to the tenant as well.
As well?
Yes.
And so if it ends up being in both names, then the homeowner would then be notified if it fell into arrears.
Correct. They would be getting a bill every month. Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. My question to administration through the chair is in regards to procedure as far as trying to collect these bills. My concern is that if we don't have something within finance to chase after this monies that is collectible or potentially collectible, that we don't actually go through and try and collect it and just automatically put it on to the property owner's tax bill. As we know, we have problems collecting there. I'd rather try and exhaust all avenues first to collect the money before it goes there. And my question then is, do we have a policy in place to collect the money before it goes to the homeowner's property tax?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, we're working with the Peace Hills Board right now on getting all the policies and procedures approved. So nothing would change from our current practice. So we would, I believe it's on day 60, if we have not received payment, the water would be put in for shut off. And then the water would be shut off until the payment is made. The deposits are still in place, and so we would use the deposit wherever possible to get that bill paid. And then we also would give, work with the homeowner and give notice to them prior to putting it onto the taxes. So there is a process in place, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. I can't find it right now. Through the chair to administration, there's a statement in here that.
Is your mic on?
Yes, it is. I can't find it right here now, Sue, but there's a statement in here that water can be cut off with or without notice. Can you give me an example of when water would be potentially cut off without notice?
Sure, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, if there's an emergency, we would shut the water, isolate the area, shut the water off, and then we would give notice after the fact.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with the billing process?
No.
Great, thank you.
What are you thinking?
Sue, that answered a question on the 60 days. If we don't have 60 days, you shut the water off, I think. Way to go, because if we're not gonna do that, then the arrears keep going, adding, then it goes to the taxes, then we have to have a deadline.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried.
Move that City Council give second reading to Bylaw 2081-24.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Item 12.4, Municipal Election Bylaw number 2080-24.
Good morning, Council. On November 25th, 2024, at regular council meeting, council gave first reading to bylaw number 2080-24, Municipal Election Bylaw. And administration has prepared this report for council's consideration of second and third reading to bylaw number 2080-24, Municipal Election Bylaw.
Councillor Nielsen.
I move the council give second reading to bylaw number 2080-24, Municipal Election Bylaw as presented.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion? Sorry, somebody had a question about vouching for somebody in terms of voting. And I think they had changed that. Didn't they take that out anyways? You can't vouch for somebody in the LAEA? Right. I think that was Councillor, who asked that? Councillor Elliott asked if they needed ID, but it doesn't matter because you can't do that anymore, right?
Through the chair, I need to look into more details on that. I will get back to you on that.
Okay, I think they had taken
So
out.
there is a limitation,
Yeah,
vouching to the ability to vouch for someone's address.
okay.
So previously, an elector can vouch for an individual's age, residence, and identity.
Right. Okay, but they can't now, just that they're just their residents. Okay,
That's correct.
Anything further on second reading? Those in favor? Carried.
I move the council gives third and final reading to bylaw number 2080-24, municipal election bylaw as presented.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion? And just for clarity, these changes to the LAEA are just what have been changed in the MGA, not municipally.
Just LAE, that's correct.
Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Looking for a motion to go into closed session, please. Item 14.1, Councillor Blatz. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Welcome back. Looking for a motion to come out of closed session, please. Councillor Blatz, those in favor? Carried. We are going to take a lunch break until 1:45. right, welcome back from lunch. We are going to into new business, item 15. Anything to add to the agenda? Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I'd like to add discussion of Wetaskiwin District Museum contract or agreement.
Okay. That would be 15.4. Nope, sorry, 15.5.
Discussion of sanctions.
15.6. That it?
That's enough.
Go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
I would like to add council communication.
All right, for the first one, we have museum contract 15.5. Those in favor of adding it to the agenda? Carried. Discussion on sanctions 15.6. Those in favor of adding it? Opposed? Carried. Council communications, item 15.7. Those in favor of adding it? Carried. Thank you. I was trying to do math on what 2/3 was on 5. All right, first one, permission for mayor's attendance at FCM Sustainability Communities Conference. I will have, if somebody would like to make the motion, I will share with you.
I move that City Council approves out-of-province travel, including per diems, travel, hotel for Mayor Gandam to attend FCM Sustainable Communities Conference, February 10th to 13th, 2025.
Thank you. So I have attended a sustainability conference before, and the sessions are obviously more about the sustainability. And some of the things that I was looking forward to hearing about and touring was they've got a tiny homes, I don't know if they call it a village or not, in Fredericton, where that might be an option for us to have in terms of affordability and housing availability. Obviously, climate is a big thing for Alberta and some of the impacts that we might have here in Wetaskiwin as well. And then retrofitting some of our buildings for climate, for competing with priorities in Canadian climate. Some of the things that I would like to see eventually in terms of solar on City Hall. We've got thermal heating within City Hall, but our electricity is a lot higher than what it would normally be if we were just running off of natural gas. What was the other one that I wanted to be a part of? And then harnessing local resources for community and energy solutions. So there was a number of sessions that were interesting, not only to me, but what we could do here in Wetaskiwin, and obviously things that are going on in Alberta for the climate change that's happening with the number of floods and wildfires that we've been seeing. So that is my pitch to attend the Sustainabilities Conference. Go ahead.
Thank you. I guess my question through the chair to administration, this falls within budget as far as allocated dollars for such?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, it does.
Perfect.
My budget take for the last couple of years while I've been on the Alberta Municipalities Board is next to nothing. Any other questions? So if I register before the 13th, I get the early bird registration, so it's cheaper. Flights seem to be fairly reasonable now if I can get that booked within the next few days, and then figuring out where they're having the book of rooms for hotels. So everything will be done as financially responsibly as it possibly could be. Anything else? Ready for the question? Oh, go ahead, Councilor Bronco.
So if you go to these courses or seminars and you like some of that stuff that you're hearing, that solar panel, that won't be into this year's budget or anything, that's just for
The
information.
conference isn't
Yeah.
until next February, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And it would still be a council decision. Anything else? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Authorization to attend out-of-province Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM, which is in Ottawa, end of May, first week of June. Anything administration can highlight from that?
Through the chair to council, in this year's budget, we did account for the mayor and 2 members going, so all of those costs are accounted for in the current budget as well.
Councillor Billingsley?
I would like to go because I was unable to go in Calgary last year. So I don't know if anybody else, before we make the motion with names, I would stand my name forward.
Okay. I think as per policy, it's 2 members of council plus the mayor, and it was on a rotational basis. So if you've attended in this term, then you wouldn't be likely eligible unless nobody else was able to, unless the FCM is in Alberta, in which case everybody from council is eligible to go. Yep.
And I understand from an email we received this morning, Councillor Elliott
Yep.
was interested in attending as well.
Yep. Was there anybody else? Yep.
I can make that motion for both of them.
Okay.
I move that council approve Mayor Tyler Gandam, Councillor Billingsley, and Councillor Elliott attendance at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Annual Conference in Ottawa, Ontario from May 29 to June 1st, 2025, and to approve associated expenses.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Bronco.
Do we know what the cost to send, you're already going on that?
Yeah, funds are available in the 2025 budget, estimated at $4,600 each.
Each? Okay, thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 15.3, 2025 interim budget.
Good afternoon, Council. At the regular Council meeting on November 12, 2024, Council tabled the proposed 2025 operating budget until the January 13, 2025 Council meeting. In order for the city to comply with the MGA prior to the approval of the proposed 2025 operating budget, Council must pass an interim for the city to prevent interruptions to service delivery. Administration hereby recommends that Council approves the 2024 operating budget as the interim budget.
Thank you.
I move that City Council accept the approved 2024 budget as approved interim budget for 2025.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Item 15.4, extreme weather.
Good afternoon, Council. The purpose of this report is to provide Council with an update on the development of an extreme weather policy and the extreme weather response or protocol prior to a policy. Long-term administration has been working with interested stakeholders to develop an extreme weather policy, both hot weather and cold weather. Once a draft plan is developed, administration will develop a budget for it and bring this forward as an operating business case for the 2026 operating budget. Short-term, administration will monitor the weather on a regular, ongoing basis. If the weather is forecasted, as per Environment Canada, for a temperature of -20 degrees Celsius or more, with wind chill for 2 consecutive days, Hope Mission would be allowed to operate the shelter with a maximum capacity of 60 occupants. This does not change the maximum number of beds in the facility, only the number of occupants in the building. To activate and deactivate this protocol, administration is seeking approval from council so that fire services could send activation and deactivation emails to Hope Mission. Chief Coleman is here to assist with any questions you might have.
Councillor Billingsley.
I move that City Council directs administration to begin the extreme weather response protocol.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want clarification as far as how long, and when it says from beginning at -20. So
does that mean that the day that it warms up past -20, that day they must go back to the normal, through the chair, I apologize. Does that mean that that day then they can or would have to go back to the normal occupancy? I'm just trying to understand exactly when it starts and when it ends.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley. So we based it off of what other communities are doing. It's -20 with wind chill. So if it's -17, but the wind chill brings it to -20 or below, then they're allowed. And we will base it off of Environment Canada. So if they've forecasted it, that's when we'll send the email to say, as of this date, you are able to go to an occupancy of 60, and it ends on this date. So again, we base it off of Environment Canada. We will do the monitoring, and basically what we've found so far is 2 to 3 days, and then they have to go back to the occupancy of 42 beds.
Okay, when you say 2 or 3 days, so just hypothetical, if it's the 20th, let's say, is -20, and the 21st is -15.
Then they need to go back to their regular
On the
occupancy.
21st.
When
So
it's
they don't
minus-
get 2 or 3 days after the -20. Thank you.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you, Chair. So, we say 60. What if 62 comes in? 63?
No different than what it is now for when they hit occupancy.
Okay, so do we let them out, or do we keep them? It's only 60.
That's up to the Hope Mission, and this is an interim until we develop the extreme weather policy. They also have 2 shower trailers that, as of last year, they cycled people through just to keep them warm.
Councilor Nielsen.
Just a couple of questions. And maybe I misunderstood. You indicated, when Councilor Bronco indicated that what if it's more than 60, and you said that would be up to Hope Mission?
Sorry, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Bronco had said, then do we kick them out? That's not up to us to ask them to leave. We're not going to be sitting at Hope Mission monitoring how many people come in and out of the door. We've relaxed the occupancy during cold weather spells. That's what we're asking council to approve until we come up with, just in the interim, until we come up with an extreme weather plan for the city.
But what I'm reading here is a maximum capacity of 60 occupants. What you're saying, you're giving them the opportunity to have 60 occupants, but you're not going to be monitoring the occupancy of the facility.
When we send that email, we're not going to go and say, we're not going to go and monitor the whole time to make sure that they only have 60 people in.
Will you be monitoring it all?
If there's complaints, it's like any other occupancy that has an occupant's load. Unless there's complaints, we're not mandated to go make sure that they stick to their occupancy load.
Okay. So as I understand it, and you're the expert, I'm not, but as I understand it, occupancy is based on the square footage available. So does a facility currently have an occupancy rating based on the square footage of space available?
The occupancy load, it's, to my understanding, we've done an occupancy load on it, and it well exceeds what they're being allowed right now. My understanding was the decision came from council to stick to the occupancy load of Hope Mission.
Okay.
For the square footage based on the exits that they have available, if it was not determined that it is a dormitory, they could have 583 occupants in that building safely.
If it was not considered a dormitory?
Because it's considered a dormitory because there's people sleeping, then it knocks it down. When we went to Hope Mission to determine what would be a fair number in extreme weather for the interim, we made sure that they had safeties in place to monitor the people that are there. Our concern was if there was people sleeping or warming up, who was monitoring that they were okay, still breathing, there was no medical emergencies. What they've put into place recently is they do checks on all the occupants every half an hour, and it's not just a check to walk around. They actually make sure that they're still breathing, and they've actually determined, well, they've come up in the last month, I think they've saved 3 people just by doing the checks and making sure that they're breathing. So before we said this is what we could potentially allow, we made sure that all the checks and balances were in place.
Thank you. So if it's considered a dormitory, have you done a calculation on capacity if it's a dormitory?
60.
It is 60?
It is.
Okay. And in the event, and I'm not saying this will happen, but in the event that but the 60 would also include staffing, correct?
No, we didn't include the staffing. That's occupants.
So if I had a staff of 40, I could still have 60 people in?
That's the interim that we've put into place, or that we're asking council to approve until we do more research and come up with an extreme weather plan for the city. Right now, there's nothing.
My concern, I guess, is liability, in the sense that, and I'm going to use the word maybe inappropriately, if we overload or if the facility is overloaded by decisions made either by us or Hope Mission, and there was a problem related to a squabble, a fire, what have you, where does the liability lie? Is it on the city or is it on Hope Mission?
It wouldn't be on the city because we can't guarantee at any time that they stick to 60 or even 42.
Thank you.
Sue?
Thank you. Through the chair to council, I just wanted to clarify, I saw Councillor Bronco's shock when Chief Coleman mentioned the maximum occupancy. So we've always known that the permanent facility was going to have a much higher ability to occupy more, but council, of course, through direct control, sets that limit. So even though the building can physically hold more, it will only, the posted occupancy will be exactly what council approved. And then once we bring back the extreme weather, then you'll have that discussion about all of the other people that it could potentially hold on a temporary basis.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Tyler, too. But that's not what my hand was going up. I believe we as a council, now, you said permanent building. I think, are we talking about the trailers or the permanent building here? Because we have a restriction on the trailers of 51 people, and if they want more, they come to council for approval.
No, we are, through the chair to Councillor Bronco, we are talking about the existing facility right now, and I believe the max is 40, isn't it? Or 42?
51 we passed with staff, I believe. We passed that.
We never passed anything with staff. We didn't have that.
42 is our capacity
42
on the
for
trailers.
beds.
42
yeah.
beds.
Yeah, so it's just with the existing one. The permanent facility won't be open until well after we get policy in front of council.
Okay, so the other question, to go to 60, but if we have more, they can go into the shower facility? Does that not exceed what we're asking here to 60 people?
I think what the chief was getting at is that each piece of the facility has an occupancy, and they were cycling people through just to warm them up and get them out into the shower facility. So in the absence of not having a cold weather policy or direction from council, they were just giving people a couple of hours and then getting them in and out, because the shower facilities are open all the time. Like, people can come in and get food or go to the bathroom, which has been reported to council before. So it was an extended bathroom stay, I guess.
So I'm confused that we knew we were going to get cold weather, winter time, and we're waiting right at the cold time to make policies to see how many, what's feasible and not feasible. could have come back a couple months ago to decide whether, we all knew the area, the space, we know we're gonna have cold weather. This is Alberta. But it seems like we waited right to this point here to do this. Like we say, we're still working on establishing some policies.
Kevin?
Through the chair to council. In reaching out to other municipalities and other stakeholders to develop this policy, we realized we were going to be too late for the 2025 budget. So to do a good job to develop the policy, we want to bring it forward for the 2026 budget. This is just kind of an interim measure to get us through until then.
Councilor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration. It kind of echoes Councilor Branco's concern. I didn't read this as being a temporary measure in the sense of until a policy is drafted permanently. I agree. I don't understand why this is coming up on December the 9th as opposed to September the 9th. And I also don't understand why we're talking about capacity has any budgetary consideration whatsoever. Doesn't seem to be any fiscal other than the possibility of making sure that they are at capacity when this is a Hope Mission issue, not a city issue in the sense of us monitoring this. So please help me understand how this is a budgetary consideration.
Through the chair to council, right now there is no budget impact. When it becomes, when we bring forward a policy, we're going to look at what other municipalities do and have a couple different options for council to choose from that probably will have budget impacts when the policy is brought forward.
Okay. But once again, where I'm struggling with this, you know what, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Through the chair to council, this is our interim. It's not a Hope Mission problem. It's an unhoused problem, and the city of Wetaskiwin doesn't have a cold or an extreme weather policy. So in term, we don't have any buildings to open up to say that we can have the unhoused in our city buildings. So Hope Mission is saying, we're trying to work with Hope Mission to have a place to house the unhoused in cold weather while we come up with a policy for extreme weather for the city as a whole.
What are other municipalities doing in terms of it being a municipal responsibility issue versus a provincial responsibility issue? I had met with Minister McIver a couple of weeks ago, and the provincial government is frustrated that municipalities are moving out of their lane and taking on issues that are provincial mandates, provincial issues. And I said, okay, so what do we do as a municipality that are doing these things outside of their mandate because the province isn't? And his response is to bring it up with the province, complain to the province, make sure they're aware of the issues. Why is it that we now have a shelter in place? They are funded through the province, which means that they would fall under the Shelters Act, which would mean that they would need to follow provincial guidelines on that. Why are we in a position that we have to come up with an extreme weather policy for capacity on that shelter? Would it not go back to Hope Mission to have to deal with that number? If our capacity is 42, that's our capacity. And if it's complaint driven, I understand that, because most things are in our community, in most communities. But at the same time, the onus has to come back onto Hope Mission to have a game plan for what happens. Okay, so it's minus 25 tonight. They've got 50 people that show up at their door. They can't move 8 people right now. That's understandable. But tomorrow morning, they've got a plan on what's going to happen for those 8 individuals after the capacity's been set at 42. If we go to a capacity of 60, same thing. They have to have that in place where they've got the plan to deal with the extra people that are coming in there, because again, this is a Hope Mission operation. This is governed by the provincial government, and it's also a provincial government mandate. I think at some point, we also have to be putting some resources into having the provincial government take responsibility for what's happening in these shelters, with the number of homeless population that we have across the province, with the lack of beds, with the lack of treatment, with all of those things, that if we continue to take that on as a municipality, we're going to continue to have that, or we're going to have pushback from the province saying, stay in your lane, and they start coming out with other bills and legislation to change these things. We can put that onus back onto the province, as opposed to us having to deal with it and having to police what's happening at our shelters as well. So how do we, long story long, how do we make that so that it is provincially supervised based on their contract with Hope Mission?
I can reach, through the chair to council. So great suggestion, and we absolutely will include the province in part of this discussion, but I think the difference between what Wetaskiwin has versus other communities is that council set a limit. And so I asked administration, I asked the team to bring something back to council, because I didn't want someone else saying you can have 100 people in there for a cold weather response. So some communities, especially the bigger ones, do take on a portion of that themselves, and that's their council's decision, I guess. But we absolutely will have that discussion with the province. If council is comfortable with the Hope Mission and the province making the decision, then that's fine. My concern was because you set a limit already on capacity that is well below what it's capable of, that you would want to have a say on what we could allow for the cold weather. And again, this is just an interim, not a permanent policy. It's just to get us through right now until those conversations happen. So we absolutely can bring that up with them.
And I appreciate that, but what's the point of having a limit if we're not going to be holding that limit, right? So if we could say 42, but if Hope Mission decides they're going to have 62, and we don't have a way of even knowing that, or that it's not being policed, for lack of a better term, in terms of their capacity, why would we have 42 and 60 if we're not holding Hope Mission to 42 and 60?
Because if council sets a number, then we have the ability to enforce it. So if we can post, like we were doing with the permanent facility, post what your capacity is that you're willing to have. If there's a complaint, if there's a spot check, if we go in and do something, randomly to look around, we could enforce that. If we don't have that, then we're at the will of safety codes, which is a much higher capacity. So we typically do not have the depth in the organization to be proactively inspecting, but we certainly could. If that's something council wants us to do, random checks on the capacity, we could do that.
Do our CPO officers have the ability to go in and check, to do an occupancy load check, or does it have to be fire?
I actually don't know that. I think it has to be it could be safety codes, so fire typically, yeah.
I'd have to look into that. I believe they can. However, I'd have to check into that. One thing I just wanted to point out is we're not, sorry, excuse me. Because we have no extreme weather policy under our our municipal emergency plan, this is a supplement, and this is only temporary. It's not something that Hope Mission came to us and asked for, because we don't have any city facilities to open up. FCSS used to do it. I reached out to them. They said they're not mandated by the province. So it would fall upon the city to be responsible for an extreme weather plan. And because we don't have any other facility right now that is manned or has the capacity to be manned 24/7, I approached Hope Mission as an interim, an emergency cold weather thing. It's not going to be common practice. It's in extreme weather. Until we get update our emergency plan for the city with an extreme weather, which again may have budget implications in finding a different facility to open up for warming or cooling areas or whatnot.
So warming and cooling shelters are the responsibility of a municipality?
It's my understanding. I'd have to go back to the Municipal Government Act, but
for sure, and I think for a permanent solution, when we come up with a policy for that, that would be important to have. I have no problem with making sure that nobody's freezing to death. That's not my point on this at all. It's just that if we're going to have a capacity, but we're not going to follow the capacity, then what's the point of having a capacity? And it goes back to, again, if this is a provincially mandated issue, why are we having to be the ones that are implementing policy on that? So it would be interesting to know if we have to have an extreme weather policy for hot or cold weather, and whether we're responsible for housing those individuals, whether it's too hot or too cold, or if that's on the province. Councilor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. Couple questions. I'm kind of confused. Okay, so 42 is what council made the rule. Hope Mission budgeted 42 people. They get paid by so many people that go in there. If we go to 60, that means they have to hire more staff. Who gets the cost for those extra 18 people? And one question, I was under the understanding when we said, I believe it was for 51, but you guys say 42, so we'll go 42. That was Hope Mission was going to come to council to ask for an extension of more people, not our city. Because if it was our city, then why wasn't that brought up when we made the decision of the 42, that we have to provide a space? It was only 8-9 months ago that we did this. So all of a sudden, it seems the rules are changing, and I think a lot of us as council are confused. If we made 42, as the mayor says, why do we put a number on it if we're going to keep changing it?
Yeah, Amber, I got this. Through the chair to Councilor Bronco, we're not asking for the number to be changed. It's a temporary cold weather, like extreme response. Okay. That's it.
So who pays for those extra people? Because you're
not the city.
Not the city?
No.
Councilor Billingsley.
Thank you. I'm struggling a little bit on the process of how we're here today. Through the chair to Amber, you talked about the municipal emergency plan. Where are we at that? When was the last time that was updated?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I believe in 2021.
So is there any plan to update that? Are we working, or is that just, it is what it is? Is it, in other words, is it a document that actually gets revisited from time to time?
Yes, it is. There's been a lot of changes, staffing changes with the city, and due to capacity, it was not the top priority at the time. It is being revisited, but again, due to capacity, there's only so much that can be done at certain times.
So, yeah, I guess I'm really struggling of how this is coming to us now, in the sense of why is this coming in December and didn't come to us 3 months ago? Was this, where did this consideration come from? Was this internal, or was it Hope Mission, or where was the concern of from 42 to 60? Where did that come from, and when did that when was that brought forward?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, this actually came up at 2 coffees with council ago. The mayor and I were meeting in the Tim Hortons, and someone had brought up the cold weather response. So I knew the team was working on it, and so I came in and said, we need to do something official here, because my concern was a cold weather snap would hit, the fire chief would be asked to make a consideration, and if that was done outside of council's knowledge, given everything that's happened on this site, I was concerned that we would be criticized. So I wanted this brought in front of council to have this discussion before the final document was ready.
And would this be part of the municipal emergency plan as per se? Is that where this normally would fit in?
It certainly could be, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
To anybody. I'm sort of stuck between two positions here, and the one that Mayor Gandam speaks about is why are we setting limits on this? And I've heard Sue's response, and I worry about saying we're not going to get involved, we'll let the government and Hope Mission determine the limits. But if that's the case, then we won't be setting limits on anything down the road. And the new shelter is made, if we're saying we're hands off, you set your own limits, then I worry about what that might turn into as well. So while I understand the argument, I'm worried about long-term what it might mean on a permanent, in a permanent facility. Having said that, I also share the same concern that if we set the limit, but nobody ever checks it because we don't have the capacity to do it, then why would we set it in the first place? Because 60 could become 70, but we would never know anyway, unless somebody complained. But if nobody complained, 70 could become 80, and 80 could become 90, and then we get a complaint. So I believe that if we're going to set a limit on it, knowing that we've exceeded our 41 seats or beds or people, that it's incumbent upon us to ensure that that number is monitored by us who set the limit. And if we arrive and there's 62 people there, then I guess Hope Mission's got to make a decision about which to leave. And that becomes their responsibility. So I am okay to support the numbers from a municipal level, providing there is monitoring to ensure that once we've set the level, that that level is not ignored. And if we can't do the monitoring, then I don't want to change the limit.
The chair to Councillor Nielsen, to change that, we would have to change our quality management plan, which means it's not based, we don't inspect based on complaint or request, it's monitoring. And the QMP for the city of Wetaskiwin is based on complaint or request.
Then council would request that.
Anything further?
Sorry.
The request that we put forth is, again, it's temporary and it's only on emergency situations. It's not something that will go forth. That's why again, it's just an interim for emergency.
Through the chair. I would like to be clear on the process. It says administration will monitor the weather on a regular, ongoing basis. And Hope Mission would be allowed to operate with maximum capacity. So does administration mean administration? Like, who's administration? And when will that determination of weather being forecasted is going to be? You know, I may be being a little picky here, but I want to be clear that if we're setting the rules, that Hope Mission doesn't decide whether they can or they can't. That it's clear that somebody is going to pick up a phone and say, here's what we understand from the weather conditions, and here's what you can do for the next 48 hours. And I don't know who that person is that's going to be doing this?
This is one of those, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, this is one of those things we talked about in the city manager bylaw where I would delegate this to the fire chief. So when we speak about administration, it will be the protocol in place. The fire chief has noted that she would monitor, or her team would monitor, the Environment Canada website to look for the weather, which would trigger this to happen. So Hope Mission doesn't decide on this. It is city staff.
And thank you. And then through the chair to administration then, in relation to the monitoring of capacity, if we set the limits and those limits are exceeded and we do not monitor and there is a problem, I suspect we would be potentially in harm's way?
No, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, this is no different than a restaurant. Let's say there's a capacity set on a restaurant and they're over capacity and there's a fire that breaks out and something happens. We are not responsible for them going over and exceeding the limit that's been set.
And then Sue, if this council requested or directed monitoring of those numbers, how would you deal with that?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, it would be random. We would not set schedules. It would likely be, an internal process that would happen randomly.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to the chief, how is this cold weather or extreme weather any different than September 5th in the sense that the capacity is 42 or the capacity is 60? How do we as a municipality ensure that they're not over the 42? Or do we?
Through complaints.
That's it. So then if we leave it at 42, it would be the same thing. It would be complaints that they're over the 42 in extreme weather. Is that fair to say? Thank you.
But I would suggest a slippery slope, because then when it's plus 23 out and they're at 80 because nobody's monitoring, then it means nothing as well.
Correct.
Anything further?
Yeah. Sorry, swipe with my fingers.
We're ready for the question.
No. Sorry.
Go ahead.
The motion's on the floor, is it not? I'd like to make an amendment to the motion.
Okay.
And add conduct random what's the word I'm looking for? Random checks.
Occupancy?
Random occupancy checks to ensure the minimum capacity is not exceeded.
Maximum capacity.
Sorry?
To make sure maximum capacity isn't exceeded.
Is not exceeded.
Correct. You
Yeah.
said minimum.
Well, the maximum capacity in here is 60.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You said minimum.
Oh, did I? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Okay.
Go ahead, Sue.
Sorry, just looking for a little bit of clarity. Because the maximum capacity is much higher, could you just say the approved capacity?
And I would say, what's the approved capacity?
Whatever you set, but the maximum capacity is hundreds.
As part of this
It's 60.
is 42 and in extreme weather it's 60. So approved maximum capacity.
Sure.
Or can we just put approved emergency capacity?
Even better.
To the amendment.
So, clarification, if we exceed the capacity, what do we do with the extra bodies.
That's
Not live bodies, I don't want to.
My comment would refer back to what the chair said. That's not our problem to solve.
Yeah, but we made a capacity, and if they say they want the 65, 70, who's going to enforce to move those out?
The whole mission, if they were monitored, I would suggest that they would be told they have to reduce capacity by 5, and it's their problem to solve.
They don't, what happened? I'm trying, I understand where we're going here.
Talking to the amendment.
Okay,
Thank
to the
you.
amendment, yes. Okay.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, I think it said random.
Those are my terms, yeah.
Is that clear enough direction?
Probably not, so help me.
Right?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley.
Sure, maybe?
Yeah, I don't want to set a public statement about this because then it's very expected and contrived and could be staged kind of thing. I want it to be random, and we will do regular random. I can report back that, like, give us a month. If we go through a cold weather, or an extreme protocol, I can come back and report to council what happened, and then you can decide if you think it was enough or not. How about that?
Random was enough.
Regular random.
To the amendment. Anything further? Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Anything further on the motion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item 15.5, discussion on museum contract.
Thank you. We this morning had some discussion about archives, which is a segment of the overall contract that we have with the museum. And because of the discussion that happened this morning, I'd like to take a look at not just the archives portion specifically, but other portions of the contract. And I'm a little unsure on how to handle this. Some of it, because it is contractual, that whether or not it could be done here or not. So I don't know even how to start a motion other than having that discussion. So I need a little bit of help from administration of how to word something to spur the conversation. Does that make sense?
I think you would just make a motion to review the contract with the Wetaskiwin and District Heritage Museum and Star Store.
Okay, well then I move to start discussion of so said contract with the Wetaskiwin and District Museum.
I wouldn't call it a discussion because it would be up for council to review. So we're going to review it and then go from there.
Review of the Wetaskiwin and District Museum contract.
Sue, when did we last review that contract?
Through the chair to council, the actual motion that we had before was exactly that review. We're doing it right now. And so I think if there's changes that council wants to get into the details of the contract, it probably should be in closed session. We have the ability to negotiate with them, and if we can't come to an agreement, it would go through arbitration. So there's an entire process through the agreement, but I think it needs to be, the details of it need to be a closed session discussion. So we can take this direction, and then at either today or at the next council meeting, we would be looking at further direction in closed session on this.
So can we say that we would like to review The motion would be that council would review the museum contract on January 13th in closed session.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Could we not have that discussion today, though, of what exactly it is that we, or that I would like to debate? Or is there a reason why we're pushing it to the January meeting as opposed to today?
Is there a reason why it has to be today if we're not renewing the contract with them? Like, we're not having them sign the contract between now
but
and...
I just don't understand why we wouldn't go ahead with it today.
Personally, you can have it as today if you want. I don't have any rush in reviewing a contract, and I'm not prepared to sit through into the next few hours of reviewing a contract. So if I can schedule it for a later meeting.
I'm not looking to totally review the contract.
But I don't know that. I don't know what your expectation is of that review.
Then I haven't, no, I did make a motion, so I can't go into, make a motion to go into camera, can I? Into closed session at this point? Then I'll make that motion.
You can table it and then make a motion to go into closed session.
If I table it, though, can it be brought back in this meeting?
Yep.
Okay, then I will move to table.
Okay. Those in favor? Carried.
Like to make a motion to go into closed session.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley.
Contractual.
Okay. Those in favor? Thank you. Looking for a motion to come out of closed session. Councillor Billingsley, those in favor? Carried. You have a tabled motion, Councillor Billingsley.
But it's been tabled, so end of discussion, right?
Sure.
That's it.
Okay. Item 15.6, discussions on sanctions.
Thank you.
Do I need to be moved out?
I guess I'll just start with the motion. I move that council, I direct administration. Sorry, I'm just thinking on the fly here. No, it wouldn't be administration. Sorry, guys. I move that council contacts municipal affairs in regards to sanctions made upon Councilor Branco that have not been fulfilled. That's really wordy, and I'm not and I am more than open for amendments.
You want to speak to it?
I do. A few months ago, I guess 60 days ago, we unfortunately sanctioned Councilor Branco, and one of the items that in the sanctions has not been fulfilled. And in the MGA, we do not have the ability to do much other than what we really have asked. So I'm looking for clarification from municipal affairs of what can be done to, I hate using the word penalize because that sounds harsh, but if Councilor Branco is unwilling to fulfill the sanction, sorry, not the sanctions, but fulfill the request, I guess it was, of what is our recourse, if any. And I would like, and I'm not sure if this is a confidential matter, so I'm trying to be as vague as possible.
Yep, that's fair. I think the fact that the sanctions were public, there was a 30-day timeline for the written apology to be done from September 9th. So if we're 30 days past that, sanction hasn't been met. Your request is that we contact municipal affairs to see next steps.
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Council communications.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion if I could.
Sure.
I would like to move that council direct administration to provide any documentation, policy, procedures, or directives that reference the expectations of how council is allowed to communicate with staff.
Say that again, sorry? Oh, yeah.
Well, the reason I bring it here is because we're being asked if we're creating workload for administration that they would set, how long it would take them to provide that material. So I have no idea how long it would take them to provide this material.
Okay. How long would you need, Sue?
Through the chair to council, I think we could have this for the first February meeting. It's a handful of bylaws, and we've already made a directive binder up for council, so we could easily pull those out.
So February 10th? Okay. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. I'm not exactly sure what you're looking for, because we do have access and already have the policy procedures. What more are you looking for here?
I'd like a consolidated piece of information that ties that all together, because I believe it's in multiple documents.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Is there anything else from administration? Have a very Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to everybody. Meeting adjourned.